guess, shall we begin?
Yeah.
I never know how to segue from
our chaos?
Yes, into gameplay, which is just a version of chaos.
A different version of chaos.
Yep.
I guess we start with a recap, as it has been a while. So what do you remember?
Okay.
So, going to war.
We were reviving and talking to a couple of the different researchers at the station.
Correction, one.
One.
But yes.
Yes. Because they were all sent to Bishi's domain. We have a rather solid understanding of the inner workings of this research station, this laboratory setting, and the rate of information that has been going back to Ventheim, and are basically at a turning point when they would begin needing to send future reports back to update on the status of the blaze, which we have commandeered, and it is functional.
It's ours now.
Yes.
It's ours now.
Yeah, it's ours now. We can use it, and it can do a lot of good stuff.
We licked it. It's ours now.
We licked it. It's ours now. They can't have it anymore.
They're gonna have to pry it out of our cold, undead dragon.
They want it. They have to lick it.
They have to fight it.
If they want it, they will have to fight it.
They will have to fight it and then re-lick it.
Yes.
In the meantime, it's ours now.
It is supposed to be back where it belongs. I don't know why it was at the back of the island.
Ours now, we licked it. It's ours. They cannot have it.
Where's my thing now? Okay. As far as kind of... Hang on, Okay. And then and I know that the end of the last one was kind of a stinger, as we had the Prince Grezok arriving with the head of the fourth tower and a small military force who immediately got off of the airship, and I'm assuming that there's going to be more within it, but also Erebus, who is
there is here. Much more than this.
Yeah.
There is an entire armada of airships off screen.
Beautiful. That is... we have demonstrated...
You have not demonstrated anything yet.
That is true. We did to the ships who are floating on the water below the new aviary. As just kind of part of training exercises. But I think the general sentiment was we're pretty much good to go. Once we get, permissions and the like.
This is primarily going to be a roleplay based session where you'll demonstrate the things.
The things. Okay.
Faya is just here to vibe and smash things with a giant tentacle from an eldritch being.
As she should. Well, no. As she absolutely has the right to, because that's awesome. I was trying to play off of that, and it just ended up starting to sound weird, and I couldn't finish, or could not. And...
Sometimes you just have access to an eldritch being who gives you access to a giant squid tentacle or something.
Yeah.
Eh.
And you absolutely should be smashing things with that.
I really should have gone to the magic tower. I didn't.
Talk to him about it.
Nah, it's too late. I've decided to work here. I must live with my consequences. I don't want to fill out the paperwork for a transfer.
When in doubt, make a pact with a demon, or a Leviathan.
Make a pact with a dragon turtle and move on with life.
Exactly.
When in doubt, make a pact.
Just make a pact in general.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to be a dragon turtle, but it should be because they're great.
They are. I also remember, I don't know if Rayos necessarily picked it up or anything, but Hivid's curse and things is decidedly worse.
We keep calling it a curse as a joke. It's not a curse.
His innate magical abilities has a very concerning look on it, part to his presence. That has only become
Look,
worse.
I know exactly what it is. Rayos is free to interpret it as he sees fit.
He doesn't get it. It's mad. It's spellcaster stuff. So
It's spellcaster stuff, but only him.
I'm sure there's been others who've gone down this thing before. I mean, he can't be the only thing he is.
You're right. He's not.
So it makes sense that others have done this as well, have had this problem as well, and he'll be fine. At least that's how Rayos would say it. Actually, because that's what Rayos would say if asked. We're here to help you, but I'm not a mage.
He is fine.
That's good.
That is a post-campaign question to ask.
Yes.
I already have some of them written down.
Because, like, me, the player, knows that you have him as a Kalashtar. Reyes would not know half of those words. Actually, no, he just wouldn't know the word Kalashtar. I don't know. I'm waffling. But I'm very curious.
Actually, not the entire group. Just these guys. I always forget how that select tool works. There we go. This group of people are approaching you as a group, but mostly Hivid. Let me just reorganize things a bit. Well, these guys are going to pull Eurybus kind of off to the side here.
Wait, what? There's the text channels in the voice now?
That's been there a while.
I have never. Huh. Cool. Sorry.
You can send secret things like this.
Is that Earthbound?
Mother 3.
I thought. Okay.
So basically Earthbound, but the sequel that we never got translated or got in the West.
It's weird like that.
So they are approaching. I kind of have a give a small wave, like a.
Yeah. Just one of those very annoyed deep breaths that you notice even at this distance.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do as the prince and the head of the fourth tower approach?
Stand back. Stand down.
I believe you said there was something you needed to show us.
Who's he talking to?
Grezok is talking mostly to Hivid, but also kind of addressing this whole group.
Gotcha.
Anybody?
Rayos would have him kind of talking that and given his positioning, it would be like, this is a Hivid thing. I'm just gonna stay quiet, and if it goes on awkwardly, we might he might say something, but
Faya is just going to sit there in silence, doing a bow, because this is royalty in front of her.
You may arise.
I mean, Faya will do so then.
Yes, we're going to bring it straight out immediately, right, Reyes?
I can do so. And he will begin heading over towards the hatch.
Need any help?
Who's asking?
Hivid?
Hivid, we should be good, and Reyes will gesture to Frigga to kind of help make sure the hatch gets opened and
Okay.
at the bottom.
There we go. Okay. Faya, you gonna do anything?
I mean, Faya doesn't really know what to do. Are the prince and the tower head aren't following Rayos, are they?
They are waiting for whatever needs to be shown to them to show up.
How obscenely dramatic should we make this?
I say put on a show.
Okay. Rayos will clamber up the front right leg, begin the ignition sequences. I should grab it.
We're just gonna clamber up to in front of the crest where she was before.
There's its stat block. Okay. Do we can before she does that, can we is the hangar door good to go? Open?
Yes.
Okay. Then we will slowly.
And if it wasn't, it's pretty easy to get ready.
Okay. Then we will slowly make our way out. Catch the wind with the wings. And do we know where there are people on this island?
Pretty much everybody is gathered towards the front.
Okay. So the hangar is here-ish. Or at least that's where it would let out.
About right here.
Yeah. Okay. And this is a building that had just useless equipment and such. Or unusable equipment and such.
Garage being stored.
Okay. This was the other hatch. Because I was thinking it might not be a bad idea to just set it on fire.
A building?
Yeah, or at least the area around it. But like that would also catch a lot of the stuff, and so
That's going to catch the entire nature reserve on fire. Yeah. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
That's why I was being hesitant. So let's cue this thing up with.
Oh, wait, I know how to do this. Yeah. Okay.
So it would come up. It would be at least released around this side here. Don't want to destroy any boats.
No.
Can Faya do something?
What would Faya like to do?
Okay.
Can Faya, you cast dancing lights about like 120 foot up, and just make like a sort of square, hopefully big enough for like the dragon thing to fly through, and just have the lights sort of move in a circle.
Sure.
Okay. So.
Cool. Faya is gonna do that then.
Coming out of it, we're going to go low first. Head out probably about 1,000 feet before making a high ascension. Basically trying to remain a little bit more covert. And then it's just going to be a full out 160 foot dash kind of right towards where that target is. And upon hitting the area, since this is in the air and, above everything, throwing out a blazing arc across the entire hang on, if the thing is here, a 60-foot cone is gonna be stupidly big. So from here, that's actually not. That's fine. We're going for theatrics. Okay, so yeah, no, just kind of bursting through this dancing lights area, just wreathed in fire, and then kind of coming to perch in this area. And then just kind of like almost flying through and then slowing down and turning on a dime and then catching.
The people are simultaneously terrified, awestruck, and impressed.
That was the goal. It does have frightful presence, so I'm sure that helps.
I can guarantee you some of these people have failed that.
Does anyone piss their pants?
I am not going to confirm or deny.
You know what? Let's go another step further. After it lands, it's going to kind of snake out, and you watch as the tail kind of immediately swings back quickly and almost perches itself above like a scorpion. The wings flare out, becoming large, just kind of doing that. And it just lets out a roar directly towards Grezok.
And everyone lost their hearing that day.
Like,
what a magnificent creation. Soluvis is going to, both hands shove both of these guards out of the way and approach.
as they get closer, will kind of perch back and extend a claw to basically serve as an elevator. Just reaching and pulling back towards, closer towards the head and the neck where the pilot seat is. No, and our temporary gunner seat.
We'll go for it. Oh,
I didn't want to draw, I wanted to grab.
so position him about where he ends up.
Okay, so it looks like the joints of this wouldn't be fully extendable. So
Yeah, movement's a
So kind of a raise up would be, I'd say it's probably reasonable that it could rotate this arm closer to probably, let's see here. So this, why is my pointer tool not? There we go. Okay, so this one would kind of rotate there, and then this could kind of rotate up. And so they'd probably make it about here. But the arm would be positioned in such a way that that would be reasonable to kind of walk and find steady purchase on towards the different mechanical nexus points along the back.
Yeah, he shall start looking around at the machinery. Kind of looking over your shoulder at the controls. Show me, what does all this exactly do?
Like this one here, this is for overall directionality. This matrix here allows us to control the rough location of the tail. This panel here is head location. These dual joysticks here control the pitch, the yaw.
You see.
Can roll a couple of pedals on the ground. Accelerate different forms of acceleration depending on which locomotor has precedence, which that is what this here does. It's surprisingly intuitive.
Would you say most gear creations are not?
They have an audience. They have a target. They have a type.
You hear Grezok kind of calling from below. How good is he at flying it? I realize we just had a demonstration, but
We've been learning it over the past couple days. It's been. I'd like to put forward some level of innate confidence, but there is. It's. I'm still a novice, but.
so you need more time. How much?
How much time would be reasonable to get to a decent level of proficiency beyond where I already am? That is me asking as a player.
That is hard to say. You're already pretty decent at it. Four days to a week?
That's what Rayos would say then.
Okay. You get 5.
5. Okay.
And then we're setting out.
Okay, we can make that work.
Let me make a note of that myself. Faya, is there anything you would like to do?
Faya's probably more or less just watching other people's reactions to the dragon itself. Beyond like the prince and the head, just like the entourage for them, including but not limited to like the actual entourage who don't have faces, but also Eurybus, who doesn't seem to be important, or at least Faya's never heard or seen him before, so she is curious about him as well. But the entourage as a whole as well, reaction to the dragon show and then after the show.
Okay. Some of them are genuinely terrified of it. Others are fascinated by it. You hear someone, you can't pinpoint who says this, but someone says, "I'd like to take a ride in that sometime." And as for Eurybus, I think I'd like an insight check.
Did he know about it?
14 plus 1, 15.
Completely and utterly stunned. It honestly looks like if these two guards weren't holding him in place, he might fall to his knees. Stunned and horrified, even.
I think Faya might also go up to Hivid, then, and go. So, I know who the prince is, and I know who one of the heads of the towers is. Who's that guy they brought along who looks like he's about to collapse? And Faya will, like, gesture towards Eurybus.
That would be our remaining prisoner of war.
Wait, I thought the war hadn't started yet. We already have a prisoner?
Yes. We've established this.
Oh, that's right. Does that make us ahead of the curve?
We've been ahead of the curve.
Cool. Are we gonna put that one in, like, a cage like we did the scientist we brought back, or not did we bring him back? I don't remember.
Yes.
No, we talked to.
She's right here.
Okay. Should we get him in a cage too, or leave the guards to hold him?
Yes.
Cool. I think they like the dragon.
Really?
Well, I think the ones who aren't completely terrified of the dragon like the dragon.
I'm sorry, I thought you were still talking about Eurybus.
Oh, no, he looks like he's about to collapse.
Look, DM got confused.
It's all good.
I think they like the dragon too. I was about to say, where's Frigga, but I know where she is.
Frigga's co-piloting. Sort of.
She's on the head as a gunner seat. Which, on one hand, we found the most safe place on the whole thing for there. I wouldn't call it safe still, but...
It's really not. There's only supposed to be one person on that dragon, and it's you.
Mm-hmm. He would call out about the whole dashing thing as well and make sure that she was good after that.
Yeah, she's fine.
Okay.
When Silthas finishes up questioning you about the dragon, he might go into more specifics later. He's going to climb back down.
Okay. I will make sure that there is a reasonable pathway for him there.
You do that. What do we do now? What do you do now?
We're going to take the dragon and just kind of scuttle upside down along the bottom of the island and then just re-enter the hangar. Like, completely, like, walking, just not really using the wings, just lizard-like. I'm sort of... You know the first How to Train Your Dragon movie, when the monstrous nightmare comes out of the cage during the fight scene? And it's just, like, immediately penetrating all the defenses, kind of going up and around, but, like, not flying or fighting or anything, just, like, just learning its situation. That's what I would go for. Just kind of...
Okay,
this,
I gotcha.
Yeah. This sort of a scuttle, where it's just clinging to, yeah.
I'm just kind of wondering how well built it is for that.
We did do it before. That was mostly with the stop and goes, just kind of catching ourselves on the side of it and then kind of standing down and watching it, so that way if the whole thing with the boat was like watching as it comes by so that we could just drop and kind of catch ourselves on it. So we were holding upside down on it before, so at least as far as I remember.
I'll allow it. But if you're heading back inside, you get back inside.
And kind of power everything down, close the hatch, begin making way back towards.
Okay. Tell us, what else is down there?
Spare parts from an experiment. They were working on trying to create soldiers like it. And it seems like they had a degree of success, but it is not
Okay.
paramount.
I wish to see these. What do you mean?
Rios would gesture to everybody who's been down in the thing to come. Kind of show them off. Show out like the entire structure of this thing. Especially like Hibbit, because
Yes. Okay. I'm
oops,
just
that's the wrong
thinking
chamber
about-
too.
I'm just thinking about something. How would Reyes feel about bringing Eurybus?
Would he think much about it? On one hand, there's the ego, where we were able to figure out all of this stuff, disarm all of your traps, and no, he'd be fine with it. He would, so long as the other two guards who are with him would stay by his side the entire time.
Absolutely. Okay, in that case, Grezok is going to point at this collection and tell them to bring him with them.
Because for all Reyes would figure, there's no reason why he either doesn't already know about this, or he isn't going to know about it as soon as they start utilizing it. So, and given how he's currently bound up, and he doesn't have any way to magically reach out or send or something like that, this is more of a point of ego and pride than anything else. So, might as well show off a bit.
Show off, but also see what he does know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think I'm going to wait a bit and see if Andrea comes back.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
Just thinking about where to go next. Kind of how to approach this.
Would you like to give them the grand tour?
That sounds reasonable. Yeah.
Let me. You guys at the front. This is where I got bit by a mimic. This is their lounge. It's very nice.
Yeah. This is where the horrors happen.
This is where the horrors happened. And here's the boiler room. Don't touch anything. This is the reason we're above the water.
Yep.
And here's where the dragon lives.
Sounds about right.
Also, there's an oversized furnace. Don't climb inside it.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm very interested in seeing their reactions to the soldiers who have been scrapped for parts.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
They have all kinds of interesting things to talk about.
Oh, yes. I'm sure there's going to be lots of secret meetings tonight that most of us aren't privy to. And yeah. I cannot wait to see to find out what all goes on.
The reaction to the horrors.
Oh yeah, no, it's because like that's the room that really unnerved me. Very interested in seeing how they handle it.
I unnerved Andrew? I feel like it takes a lot to do that. I'm going to take that as a compliment.
You should. Yeah, no, just there's always just something about it's always about like just person but not. Like there's that one kind of meme-ish post that's like, if everything has a function, like for one, it's completely scientifically inaccurate. I should say that, but it's one of those things that just kind of hits hard and sticks with you. Why is the uncanny valley a thing? Was at some point there something that wasn't human that was pretending to be, and it became evolutionarily necessary for us to be able to recognize what was human and what wasn't?
That's fascinating.
It's a really cool...
probably scientifically inaccurate.
Oh, it's horribly, because the uncanny valley is functionally pareidolia, which is us just seeing patterns in things that don't necessarily have it to them. And so we can recognize that something falls into the uncanny valley by recognizing patterns that we recognize as humans, just by being able to see one another. And so we see the patterns that break that mold much easier. And so it wasn't evolutionarily necessary ever for us to recognize something that wasn't human. It's just that we became very accustomed to seeing people, and so then we can be able to recognize what looks human and what doesn't, even if we don't have the right words to say. It's just a slightly misshapen jawbone. It's a face that looks a bit more flat than usual. So even if we don't have the right words for it, it's kind of a form of pareidolia. But yeah, no. Even though it's like a completely fictionalized thought experiment, like it's just unnerving. It just gets under your skin.
Gotta love those.
Oh yeah.
Out of all the roleplay notes I wrote down for people, why did I not think of something to write down for if Yuriba sees them? Ooh, food. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give Derp another moment, and then I think we're just gonna keep going.
That sounds reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
You're all down below New Aviary. What do you do?
I mean, I feel like the general tour would be kind of just showing off the hallway and kind of where each door leads. The things that Reyes would be... The way that he would stage it is he would show this lab space first, and then kind of, after they've gotten their fill there, open up the... Basically go in the order that they found things in. Showing all of the research, and then how he would appear it, how he would see it as the payoff.
Okay. Silthas, in particular, seemed really impressed with this laboratory space. And then you open this door, and there's a bit of an... Oh. From these two. Erebus is silently horrified.
Well, good, because that's how we were. Glad it's a universal experience.
Abject horror at humanoid robots? Yeah. And I think these two are going to walk up to one in particular and start investigating it closer. Especially this one.
Okay.
What do we know about these?
Reyes will tell them everything that he knows, which is admittedly not a lot. I believe there is, he would show them to where the book is here. And
you took the book? Yes.
He would pass that over, but the truth of the matter is it's just that they have a very limited understanding. And he would not shy away from that fact. He would, though, highlight that we did bring back someone from the grave who had a higher degree of proficiency with what was going on here.
Yes, and that would explain... Well, they wouldn't know that's why this one's gone, actually.
Yeah.
Unless you flat out said it.
Reyes wouldn't. They don't need to know that we gave one of them away. Especially because everything that seems to indicate that Bishi isn't a threat.
Well, he didn't notice, but that makes sense. I'm noticing there's some grease stains on this one. Was there one here?
There was, but it's now beyond the bottom of the sea.
I'm sorry?
It was part of a deal in order to... We worked things out with Faya's patron. They wanted ornamentation. It was the most damaged. Yeah, he kind of
Fun
he would
fact,
collapse.
it was the least damage.
Oh, whoops.
I mean, if you want to say it was the most damage to them, they
wouldn't know the difference.
They wouldn't know the difference. Sure, welcome back.
I am back.
To catch you up, we are giving a tour of below New Aviary, and we are showing them the automatons.
Fair enough.
Is there anything you'd like to add as part of this tour, or as part of showing these things?
I probably would just add on, like, the fact that we were trading one of the dead scientists for the robot so that we could ask the dead scientist some questions.
Could you roll an insight check, Faya?
That's a 16 plus 1, 17.
Silthas is looking at you with sort of admiration. He is impressed.
As he should be.
Faya's only fangirling inside her head, it's fine. Only Duck can hear her fangirl.
Soluvis could not be any more horrified.
That's fair. I can't win with one. Or I can't win with both.
So he has the book. He is going to skim through the book. And he does just kind of go fascinating upon reaching a specific passage of the book. Go ahead.
Would I be able to take a peek and try and see which page she stopped at?
Absolutely.
Okay. Should be a +6 modifier. This would be perception?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. That's a natural 20. It was just about to roll over and it caught itself and turned back. 26 total.
Okay. I think with that roll, I have a lot to give you.
Oh, boy.
He has stopped at the page where the author of this journal was wondering about using necromancy on the automatons, but knowing that Hathor would never allow such a thing.
Okay.
Silthas, and this is something you all know just by looking at him, is a reborn necromancer.
Huh.
So of course he's going to find that interesting.
Okay.
And at this moment, he seems to be wondering much of the same things. What would happen if we used necromancy on these machines?
That's really cool.
Okay, I know what I'm going to be working on for the next 5 days. Hey, Derp, you want to hop back onto the owlbear?
Yeah, sorry, I have...
No, you're fine. I was just pointing it out.
Is it connected again?
Yes.
Cool. I love everything about my laptop and the internet.
And where is the dragon?
Oh, it's over in this other bay. I kind of point out the directions.
Right across the hall.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she'll go take a look at it.
I'll follow.
Faya, what do you do?
Faya will probably tag along.
Oh,
I mean, if
that's
we're
the
still
wrong
giving
one.
everyone a tour, might as well help with the tour.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry, I grabbed you too.
I think we grabbed Faya at the same time.
Would you like to take your Avis to see it? Closer.
No.
Okay.
He saw what he needed to see. If he gets closer, that opens up any opportunities for sabotage. It also opens up... This is a larger open space. He could try something, and better to keep him in a much more closed quarters with a substantial number of capable individuals, and not with the prized possession of this raid.
Fair enough. Anything in particular you'd like to say or do?
Not really. I mean, he's seen the majority of it. If he has questions, I'd be happy to answer, but that would probably be an easier way to start and go about it.
Did the Gears know about it?
A couple do. Very few. And I think most of them have died by now. Those who would know are expecting communications within the next 3 to 4 days, if my memory serves correctly, and that's the player.
That does sound about right.
And so, given our occupation here, we have not been able to send or forge anything towards them. But there shouldn't be any need for them to prepare direct counterance measures within the span of us heading forward to them. And if they do, then quite frankly, it will be a rather last-ditch effort and nothing we need to primarily worry about concerning ourselves with, given the fact that this is multi-frontal.
Understood.
They don't have enough time to react.
In that case, keep at it. And he shall head back to the other room.
I mean, yeah, as far as anything going on, the automatons are going to be much more of a pressing concern, I think.
When you get back, Silthas is kind of pacing back and forth, talking to himself like, okay, I need to get the necromancers down here. Let's say 2 per 1. Is there any, like, spare parts around here so I could try to fix them up?
There's a supply room that might do.
Right, you probably would have showed that off at the tour. Perfect. He's basically gonna get straight to work. He's gonna go get his people. Anything you'd like to add?
No?
Shall we talk to that person you had brought back? See what they can say about these and a dragon?
We were trying to talk. We talked with them before, but it was. They were reserved. Of the things found out, we'd already kind of begun to suss out most of those leads. But I'd be happy to show you to them. Let you have a chance to maybe try and dig a bit further, but...
To be fair, last time you tried talking to them, it would speak with dead.
That's fair.
So you couldn't force an answer out of them.
True, but they did have to respond truthfully. As part of that, but yeah.
Thank you.
That's...
Yeah. I'll just put it back. I think at this point, Eurybus is going in a cage.
That makes sense.
I do. This one away from the other one. Grezok does try to talk to guys, but he is only responding in growls and hisses. So he kind of steps away for now. We'll try that again later. Well, thank you for showing us around. I, however, believe we all have things we need to do.
I mean, so, like, I guess since we're all heading our own ways, then Rios would head back towards the blaze and kind of just continue different maneuvers and just kind of continue familiarizing himself with the control panel.
Nimbus is going to accompany you this time.
Okay.
Faya, what are you up to?
Faya might leave Duck with the orders to keep it, just to like, as a thing, just keep an eye on like the 2 prisoners we keep in our cages, just in case. Like, she's not expecting anything to
Right.
happen, but she figures having Duck's eyes on things might make things alright. Also probably giving Duck the order to go and visit Invisible as a closet.
He will do so. And then what will Faya do, since that was Duck?
Faya will probably just try and help out around the base as needed, just whatever odd jobs people might need help with.
Hey, you.
Yeah.
Want to help the other magic users around here?
Sure.
Alright, right now we're getting supplies from that one warehouse into the room with the automatons.
Just tell me what you need me to do and I can help.
If you know mending, stay by an automaton to patch one up. If not, move some boxes.
Faya's gonna go move some boxes.
You go move some boxes.
Really putting my 8 strength to good use.
I mean, if there's something else you'd like to do, I and he are open to suggestions.
No, Faya doesn't know much about necromancy to help with this specific thing. She's probably using Mage Hand to help her lift boxes, but otherwise is just moving the boxes back and forth or as needed.
Mage Hand can only lift 10 pounds.
Well, no, she's
Which is
lifting.
also exactly how much Faya can lift.
She's lifting. She just also has Mage Hand going to help her lift because it probably can't lift by itself. She probably is struggling. She's hoping the Mage Hand helps her.
I mean, if you also want to strike up conversation with him, that's...
I mean, Faya might ask what specifically we're doing.
We are first going to see if we can fix up some of these robots. So they aren't covered in gaping holes, so their limbs are connected, so they're not leaking, what have you, and then we shall be casting magic on them.
I don't know anything that would actually help this. Not really, no. Okay. No, Faya's just doing what she's told then, because I don't think she has any magic that could specifically help.
I don't know what your spells are, so I couldn't even offer suggestions.
Yeah, no, my spells are fun. They're just They are kind of spy-based, like comprehend languages, counterspell, dimension door, find familiar, hellish rebuke, misty step, suggestion, and vampiric touch.
Okay. Yes. What are you up to?
I'm kind of interested in what Demis wants to do with the dragon, just because that's what Reyes is going to mess around with.
Actually, I wanted to talk to you.
Okay. What's up?
We're heading to battle soon. Not all of us are going to survive.
Yeah. Yep.
There are necromancers here, yes, but such magic does not work on me anymore.
So. You'll be fine. You were trained for this. You have a great amount of proficiency in everything that we need to do, and it's always a chance, but that's why it's always been on the table. Why not one more time? And I don't really know what I can say, but if you're worried, who is there? Is there someone who? Why are you going? What's causing your fear? What makes you nervous about going forward?
The potential that I'm not going to be able to say goodbye when the moment comes.
That's yeah. We've got 5 days. I think it's not unreasonable to say that that's a decent bit of time to prepare both plans. Ready yourself so that in a pinch you can fight your way out. Keep yourself going as long as possible, but know that you've said your piece at the end as well. Because what was it like the first time?
Lonely.
chances are, if that's what it was the first time, that's how it'll be the second. I know that's not comforting, but I'm kind of bad at this. But we've got enough time to make it so that we're always watching out for each other and can try and make it a little bit less so. I mean, take the time that you need to. Stop some of... Well, stop that. There's no need to be... When you feel... If you feel lonely, I feel like that's the wrong response. I feel like lonely is baked in regret. If you're afraid that you're checking out, then success, virtue, maybe at least satisfaction, knowing you put everything on the line and made a difference, putting away some of the regrets, anything that would cause lonely. We've got a moment to breathe beforehand. So let's make it count. That's
Yes.
I can't speak to much. I'm still it would work on me. You're a good guy. I know you can take care of yourself. I trust it.
Thank you, Rios.
If you get close and there's, anything getting to the other side, send a message, okay? I'm curious. Kind of cracks a smile and kind of pats him on the shoulder and but also maybe don't get that close. You know what I mean.
I'll see what I can do.
Rios just also there's like a bit of awkwardness that he's trying to. He's not used to the heavy stuff, so he's just trying, but also like there's something of him trying to kind of move past because he doesn't have a good response, and I think deep down he knows that. Or maybe not good, but at least incomplete. If Rios had died before, he would probably have a better response. But there is a decent bit of naivete in how he's approaching it. Like, he's doing his best to be solemn and sincere. Ideally for Rayos, I think he'd ultimately like Nemes to just lead him to a solution. Because, like, me, the player, I know that that's not all that Nemes is thinking. Just because sociology and, like, how people talk in situations surrounding this. Rayos wouldn't know to ask those questions and to kind of try and talk it out. Because the people that he primarily works with, they're all in their first life. And so there's a bit of bravado in that. And yeah. He doesn't know what all he's asking for because he's never had to put all the chips on the table. So he can only really say, we got into this to do the right thing. Let's just keep doing it.
Nemes is going to go for a hug.
Rayos would reciprocate.
Now, show me what all of this takes. What do I need to do?
You want to take a stab at Pilot?
No, I was just thinking of what Frigga does.
Okay.
He's genuinely kind of surprised you asked that question.
I kind of was misinterpreting what he was saying. And so Rayos, that's what Rayos would have said, but like, yeah, okay, I can do that. Yeah. He would lead him up along all of the different pieces towards the crown, where Frigga has kind of set up a bit of a tie-down spot and some different clips and anchors to maintain in the way so that rapid movements aren't necessarily immediately fatal. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I forget how exactly I phrased it, but I don't think I was clear.
Like, there are niches and nooks that are safe from what we had kind of talked about, but
I think the exact phrasing was, do you want to show me how to do this thing? Which could be interpreted as shoot the gun or fly the death machine.
It's not even shoot the gun. It's stay up there and be on lookout.
Mm-hmm.
But in any case, he will do so.
okay. We will open the hangar door and kind of go for kind of a standard, basic, very normal, low energy kind of flight. Just kind of more of a training run than anything else.
I gotcha. If there's anywhere in particular you want to go, just take Breastblaze over there.
We'd probably go more or less closer to the water surface under the island, just kind of around. Not quite in a touristy kind of way, but in a slow and methodical kind of... Sort of like if Rayos was taking baby steps again for himself. Just so that Nemes can get used to kind of the feel, the movement, how each action kind of will move him around at the perch. That sort of thing.
All right. Will there be anything else?
Rayos wasn't really planning to do anything that was wild or out there.
Fair enough. In that case... Hey, what are you up to?
How are the robots coming along?
Smoothly but slowly. Something we need to realize is that Temengard isn't exactly known for machinery.
No, that's fair. What exactly?
Is probably the most technically inclined out of everybody here. Andrea?
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at what Faya can do. What could Faya do? I mean, yeah, no, Faya's probably just trying to go around helping the necromancers. Probably ask for their names just so she knows who she's talking to and working with.
I mean, they'll give you names. Sarah does not have any.
That's fair.
But, like, they're not... Not all of them are necessarily necromancers, either. They're magic people.
Yeah, no, Faya's probably talking... Faya would probably talk to the other Warlock. Just, like, out of curiosity of, like, you know, what they do.
Who's your patron?
Hey, who's your patron? Mine is a sea turtle who lives in the ocean. Also part dragon.
Let me check something.
I'm not sure if that's, like, considered a rude question to ask amongst your fellow warlocks of who's your patron?
It sounds like a casual thing.
Some patrons might not want to be known.
Depends on the patron. Let me just look at the list so I can pick the most interesting one.
I looked up at my Discord screen, forgot that for some reason it was in a different server, and went, who the fuck is typing and why is their name I Need Therapy? I'm in the wrong server, there we go. I'm in the right server now.
Archfey. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. Sorry, I am double checking something. Cool. I think for Faya at the very least, aside from just trying to like talk to fellow magic users and also help out as needed within the robot laboratory, she might also be using Duck to spy on the two prisoners just out of curiosity, because this, like, one of them is that one prisoner that Hivid said we've had for a while now as our prisoner of war, because we're ahead of the curve. And the other one might have some useful information about the robots, but, like, probably isn't going to talk, but it doesn't hurt to keep an eye on them.
So, this one is just kind of pacing around the perimeter of her cell. Not doing much. Just walking. Eurythus, on the other hand, is sitting cross-legged in the center of the cage with, like, his hands on his head in a very overwhelmed-looking posture.
Any indication as to why he seems overwhelmed? Just, like, looking through Duck's eyes?
Faya, roll an insight check as yourself.
19 plus 1, unnatural 20. Couldn't possibly.
Has something to do with him finding out the true purpose of what he was told was a nature reserve his entire career?
Nah, surely couldn't be that. Okay. Cool. Buddy Boy's having a breakdown.
And, like, Grezok's also there questioning him about what he knew about New Aviary. And every time it's just I had no idea. I didn't know any of this was going on.
Duck is still invisible, right?
Yes.
I have a quick. If Duck speaks out loud, that doesn't get rid of the invisibility, right? It's when you take an action.
That sounds right. And if it's not right, I am willing to overrule that and allow it.
I might send Duck over back to the Dragonborn. And then, like, speaking through Duck. In Draconic, because I forgot Faya knows that, but it does make sense since she's linked to a dragon turtle.
It is... You knowing Draconic has been very useful.
It's surprisingly useful. Duck... Faya's just going to whisper through Duck in Draconic to the Dragonborn. Hey. Just like, hey you. Hey.
Who's there?
Pretend you don't notice me. 'Cause that'd be bad. What you doing there, buddy?
Nothing. Literally nothing. I can't do anything.
I mean, no, that's fair. You do seem to be in a bit of a pickle. Let's call it. You wouldn't happen to know about the robot things downstairs, right?
Clearly, you already know about them as well.
Yeah. There's like a bunch of magic people swarming around them now. There's also a big scary
Nice.
robot that looks like a dragon.
Yes, I'm aware.
Cool. Was mostly just curious because, the swarm of people around the many robot things. As to like why the dragon looks nice, but the robot clearly is fallen apart. Well, robots.
Do you really think I can answer for what for the Tevin Guardians?
No, I meant like the broken robots on the table versus like the working dragon. You know, probably not the magic people's fault that the robots are falling apart, but like the dragon isn't. But what do I know? And then Faya's gonna have Duck drop the invisibility and just go, "I'm just a closet."
But I know, I'm just a closet.
Well, I know, I'm just a closet. Just a humble little closet.
I don't even question anymore.
I'm not sure what you would question to begin with there, buddy.
How a closet ended up here.
Oh. Uh. I'm a pet, but I'm not. I wandered off leash. And I'm very curious about pretty much everything going on here.
Well, little pet. I wish I could tell you more, but I cannot tell you much. Especially if you keep asking me questions about things I don't know about.
I mean, humor a closet? What do you know?
Roll persuasion.
Humor a closet. 7 plus 4.
I'm not going to tell you, because you'll just run back and tell your owner.
That's a fair assumption. Second of all, rude. I'd like to think of it as a partnership, even if I am designated as a pet. So, rude.
You think I care?
No, but I do think that, you're more like a pet than I am right now, because I'm not in a cage. Also, quite literally, I'm the only one offering to talk to you right now who is probably not going to torture or interrogate you, in a very violent sense.
He, tries to reach through the gaps of the cage to grab Duck, but Duck easily can get out of the way.
Move Duck back a bit. Again, rude. By the way, I don't know your name. Do you mind if I call you Birdie? I'm gonna call you Birdie. You remind me of a bird.
Do whatever the hell you want.
Well, nice to meet you, Birdie. I'm Goose. Goose the Closet.
Nice to meet you. I guess.
Well, you know, it's kind of nice. A lot of like the hustle and bustle of just watching people do things. Because now I actually have someone to talk to.
Please, I cannot be that interesting.
No, but you are the only one not doing anything, which means like you're the only one I'm probably allowed to talk to without pestering because I'm not interrupting work. So, you know.
Why don't you try? Just try. Maybe. I know there's another prisoner over there. I'm sure he'd be a delight for conversation.
He's kind of having a mental breakdown right now. I've tried it before. Mental breakdown people, or like people in the middle of having mental breakdowns, not the best for conversations. Especially with like closets, because they don't seem to trust us for some reason. We can be emotional friends too. Jerks.
Have you tried the blue-handed one?
No, because he treats me like a dog and has me play fetch.
You are a pet.
I am a closet, I am not a dog. Again, rude.
The halfling?
Do we have a half? Oh, wait, that's right.
Yeah, Frigg is a halfling.
Also busy doing work things, so I'd probably get in trouble for bothering them. But like you've said you're doing nothing, which means free game to talk to.
Shit. Okay.
And if you wanted to, you could probably find work by like helping the other people with the robots and whatnot, because I think that's why I heard they brought you here. Or I guess, hear the right term for dragging you out of the ocean?
That explains the barnacles in some strange places. But in any case, do you really think they're going to let me out of here?
I mean, if you offered to work with them, maybe. They probably wouldn't trust you, but they might. I don't know.
And who says I even actually want to help them?
See, I mean, I was sort of getting to that part. I kind of guessed you probably wouldn't, but like, technically an option on your table. Or, is it table? Languages are hard. Everyone should just speak.
Table works.
Everyone should just speak Abyssal. So much easier. Yeah, it's
Well,
technically.
well, for an imp, your Draconic's pretty good.
I am not an imp. Those are different guys. Don't be racist. I am a closet.
I apologize.
I will forgive it because clearly you have never encountered an imp. Those guys are real annoying.
I'm sorry, I just had a thought.
Sorry, out of character, I'm losing my shit because Faya as Duck the Closet is just trying to get information in the most roundabout way possible, and I'm finding it absolutely hilarious.
I wonder if that one halfling was secretly an imp. Possibility. And he didn't know commons, and he only knew Abyssal, so he played it off as he couldn't talk. Kind of makes sense.
Sorry, I broke character and I can't get back in character.
Yay!
Uh, anyway. Anyway, um,
Freestone's influence spreads far and wide, even long after his death.
Freestown was the true villain here.
Anyway,
I should probably get going again, but like, get bored, I might come by and talk again. Yeah, assuming I don't have to go play fetch or something.
well, I can't stop you.
I mean, that is a true statement, Birdie. You really can't. But like, I mean, if you get bored, just like, I guess, try and like call out for me, but also keep it on the down low. I don't want to get in trouble. Personally, I'm not sure if you'd get in trouble actually. I guess you don't really have a reason to keep it on the down low, but like, as a favor for your favorite closet. Anyway. And then Faye's gonna have Duck go back to invisible and back to hiding to watch both of the prisoners without saying a thing.
I know you're still around here. I may not know where exactly, but I know you're still in the area.
Duck and Faya say nothing.
He's just gonna, like, kneel down in the center of her cage and put her hands together and go, Lord, please allow me to punch a closet. It's as simple as that. I'm a simple person. I've accepted I'm not going to get out of here. But if I could just punch a little imp-like creature in the face, I will be pleased.
Cool. Well, Faya now knows. So I was just gonna say,
wondering, when all you people went down in there, did you guys ever find a book?
Is
Specifically a kind of small green pocket journal kind of thing?
Is our prisoner asking Duck?
Yes.
Faya through Duck is just gonna reply, maybe so, maybe not.
Do you not know?
I mean, there were a lot of things down there, friendo.
Oh, you're useless. You can go away, back away now.
I have a quick question out of character. Did Faya know what was inside the contents of the book?
This is the journal regarding the metallic warriors. Which, unless Rayos wanted that back, is now in Silthas's possession.
When we were exploring, did Faya ever get a chance to read through that book?
Yes. You're the only one who could read it, because it was in Draconic.
Ah!
I forgot about that detail.
Wait, can Soluvis read it then?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Cool. Or at the very least, he has comprehend languages.
That is also fair. That case, Goose, the totally not one person inside their familiar talking through it, the closet, is just going, do you mean the book about how your robots failed?
Yeah, that sounds right. The book also contained a glyph of warding that was storing the spell Stinking Cloud.
What about it? I mean, you've told me about a book and how it had a warning. I don't understand the question, friend.
Well, you know what it's about, so it's been opened. How many people did my cloud get?
How many people did it get?
1.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how many people did you want it to hit?
At least 3.
So, do you want a
Ideally, I just
sugar-coated...
wanted it to hit.
So, do you want a sugar-coated lie or the honest truth?
Honest truth.
You didn't hit 3.
Did I hit any?
Yeah. You didn't hit 3, though.
Well, it's just nice knowing that it did hit someone. And she seems genuinely amused.
Is gonna go back to focusing on helping.
And I is... What's Duck doing?
Duck is still just supposed to keep an eye on both prisoners in case they do anything that seems mildly interesting or possibly suspicious.
At some point, Renegade does attempt to spit acid on the bars, but the bars hold.
When that happens, can I have just Duck sneak away quietly to whisper to Hivid that someone's puking acid on the bars?
It's just gonna look around to see where that voice came from and just... Well, we know which one that's going to be. And is going to put a stop to that. Anything else?
Nope, that's pretty much it.
At some point, Urimus is just left to think things through. Let's call it.
Oh, poor Uriv.
And at about that point, Grezok returns to his ship. Andrew,
Yes.
what are you up to?
I didn't really have anything else other than doing the flight tests with Nemesis, and so on one hand I think we'd probably still be doing that or pulled break for something midday, but Rayos is kind of just gonna stick to it and kind of just keep practicing and trying to feel as used to the system as possible. I don't know if there's anything that he would necessarily find more useful as far as just spending his time before heading out.
You do this until it starts to get dark.
Okay. Then we will kind of turn around and head our... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, Pivot, like, sends you ascending, telling you to come back for dinner, and also because he's not sure you should be flying this thing around at night yet.
What kind of gem was it that was on the head of this thing?
Big red gem, possibly a ruby.
Right. Does it have any connection to the sun?
The sun.
Would this machine work in the night?
Yes.
Okay. Then we will fly in, kind of pull up back towards the hatch, and make our way over towards the main camp.
Okay. If you want to know more about what that gem is for, you could roll me Arcana, History, Insight, or Nature. If you don't have to roll.
Arcana, History, Insight, or Nature. Okay, well, Arcana, History, and Nature are all 1, and Insight is 3, so I'll go with that. And I'm going to roll that die that got me the 20 the last time. And that's a 4, so a 7 total.
You can safely assume that the gem is being used for the same purpose, or at least a similar purpose as you use gems.
Okay.
That's about it.
That sounds about right.
Is there anything you'd like to do now that you're at the main camp?
Not particularly. I mean, he doesn't really have someone that he needs to check in on, or I think a majority of it is just that he trusts everyone, that they're doing their jobs, doing their best, and he doesn't really position himself in such a way that he should be held in higher regard or anything, so it's just like he'd rather not stand in someone else's way of them doing their stuff.
Faya, anything you'd like to do?
Apart from what Faya's been doing, not really, no.
Could take Duck over to mess with Eurybus.
Duck might actually go mess with Eurybus.
Nice.
Want more Duck chaos?
Love Duck chaos.
Go, Ducky, go. How is Eurybus right now, actually?
Sitting with his back up against the bars, looking up at the night sky.
If Duck were to poke Eurybus, would that cause invisibility to stop being invisible?
No.
I would like Duck to poke Eurybus on the back.
Eurybus is going to scream. So Reyes, you hear Eurybus scream.
Oh, kind of set down the mess kit near probably where there's a campfire, and he's kind of sitting down, just kind of minding his own business, listening to everyone else's stories for the day, and make his way over to where he's being held and just kind of take a peek. Just see what's going on.
He is now standing in the center of his cage, looking around frantically.
You all good?
Something just touched me. Oh, it's you.
Yep.
Well, something just touched me. So no, I'm not all good. I'm not all good at all.
Cool. Eurebus can probably see that Rayos has like there's a look in his eye that like he has probably like a joke or a jab kind of in his back pocket, but he's kind of not going for anything like that. It's just like it's the forest. I mean, there's creatures here. You brought them here yourselves. I mean, it is what it is.
Duck would also like to very lightly just take a hand with the nails and just like whack him against the bars very lightly, trying to stay invisible and hidden.
Did you ask to come here on this?
What?
Did you ask to come here for this to this outstation? Or did they just choose to bring you along?
The prince thought I would be more useful here, where my insights could be more immediately gained once battle starts.
Your insights. So he's just wanting you to give him commentary on how it's going, what you would do if you were losing.
That's certainly part of it, yes.
See how freaked out you were here? What do you think's gonna happen to you after this? Like, what's next?
I'm going to be honest, I haven't really had the time to think ahead. If I'm not being questioned, I'm either asleep or just focusing on the situation at hand.
So, give me a rundown. Tell me, what's it all that you're looking at? What's the plan?
My plan?
Yep. You always have a plan. You've been here observing, figuring out what to do, where to go. Why not talk it over?
I don't have a plan.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
That's a 14 plus 3, 17.
He is being truthful.
He hasn't tried to figure out any sort of escape plan.
He certainly tried. But nothing he thought of has. But after he thinks through it more, he realizes that that's probably not going to work.
Tell me, what people do you have back in Ventheim? Who's out there right now worried, wondering what'll happen when you come home at night? If you do, after all this time has passed. What's happened to you back home?
What are you asking of me exactly?
Just curious. Let's say our mission had been a success. Everything went nice and easy. We dropped the birds off. We headed back. What's in it for you? Where do you go next? What's stop number one when the airship lands and we get off?
Airship lands, we get off, we check in with the people who were here. Just the people up top. We would have had no idea that there were people below.
No. Back at Ventheim. We're done here. We get off. The mission is over. What do you do next? Where do you go? Who do you see? Forget this place. Just another routine operation.
I head down to the surface for a few days. There's a small farm. Well, not that small, but in any case, there's a farm kind of between two towns. I'd go there and see my folks for a few days, and then go back to the Gears and presumably would have prepared for the next pickup.
Your folks? Mom and Pop?
Yes.
What do you think they've been told now? About where you are, about what's happened? They think the ship went down and everything went south?
Possibly that. It's also possible they've been told the truth. That I was killed by a Tevin Guardian spy.
What do you want to be true?
Insight check.
Okay.
$17?
17. Rayos is curious. Of the people who were on the airship, I mean, Eurybus was the leader. He was the planner. And he was the person that Rayos figured would be the one to buddy up to. Not just because he was the most important, but because I think Rayos, he has a respect for him. He always worked with him. Kind of like the guy, but like, I think he's trying. Rayos is, at least at this point, as far as what Eurybus would read, kind of going back to that. Just two people on the same side, sitting around a table on a ship, maybe playing cards, waiting for the mission to be over. Wants to know more. Wants to get a proper understanding of what all's going on in his head, because Rayos doesn't have a solid idea of what he's doing right now.
I guess if I had to pick, I'd rather they think I was killed by a spy.
It's easier. Get all the pain out at once.
And I would hope there would also be the implication that I went down fighting, when in actuality I'm trying to be dragged away by my allies, well, leading to death.
Yeah, that would be a cool story. Is Duck still around? The cage here?
Derp, is Duck still around?
Duck has definitely been hiding, and Faya has been unintentionally eavesdropping because she really came over here as Goose the Closet, that wonderful fusion dance of Faya and Duck, to cause problems, and instead got a front row seat to the melodrama.
I think the stories I brought back were some of their favorite parts of my visits.
See, if I were on that ship with you, I'd talk back some sort of similar bit. Folks out in the city trying to make decent coin here and there, and I'd run my way back, forward bit of the paycheck, keep them afloat. But you know that's not true. I have no family in Ventheim. And the ones who would be closest, I mean, they're all spies. It's a small little den, a room in the back corner, free bread, free drink at the local inn. But no. I guarantee you no one at those dens remembers my face. So many come in, so many go. Why bother getting to know anybody?
Why do I feel like that's not true?
Probably because I've lied to you for most of our relationship.
Yeah, good point.
See, thing is, if we're going with folks, I never really knew my dad, my pa. Mom, Jeep, mage, high tower, kind of drove herself a little nuts. She had a whole thing about threads of fate, seeing which paths intersected with each other, different destinies. Likened herself to a spider spinning webs and learning stories and things of that nature. Never really had time for the kids she put out there, so kind of got off a bit of trouble to ourselves.
I see the legends of the Fate Weavers reach Heaven Guard, and in the worst possible way in some places.
Feel really good about giving that spider what for. But you see, that's the funny thing, because people who always look towards the future, who's looking for what's to come, they miss what's happening in the moment. Yeah, I've got a bit of resentment there, but still care. Funny thing is, I always was told, I don't know if she told it to all of us, but she'd always say it's my fault, that I'm the one who's going to start something big, something bad. It's going to get all of us in trouble. It's all going to burn down, and it's all going to be my fault. But I've been thinking about that recently. A lot. I mean, if I were in your position, I'd love hearing something like that. Turning the tide of battle. But that's the thing, she's just wrong. Don't really see her. Don't really talk to her. It's for the better of both of us. think when this is all over, I'm gonna sit down in that tavern that I'd tell you about, the one that I'd frequent find some solace knowing I'm part of something bigger, even if I'm always just a footnote. Tell a story. But also just kind of sit back and let everyone else come. Make it easy. Take it easy in Ventheim. Just a place to leave the world behind. Isn't that what they put on the postcards? I mean, floating city and all that. Why not leave the land behind you?
You know what? I wish you luck. If that's what you want, good luck.
Yeah, it's always the simple stuff, right? Always it's never it's always so easy to just not. I think you should run.
What?
You've got folks out there. There's all this stuff going around. Rayos kind of stands up. Like, you've got people who are looking for you, who want to see if you come home, if they want to hear the stories, they want to see what comes true because of it. And here you are trapped in a cage.
What good would that do?
It wouldn't. I think you should turn your back on the gears and just go home and stay there. Let this war pass you by and take a moment to appreciate what you have. Take that time, take the time that you need to get acquainted with everyone again, everyone who thinks that you're gone. Have a peaceful, kind moment. I think you should run.
And where am I going to go? How am I going to get there?
We're on an island surrounded by boats. There are birds in all different directions. And there's a giant fish under the sea who likes to tell stories and make deals with people for different abilities. I think there's ways you can figure out about going. It's dark. Everyone's going to be turning in for soon, and I think that if you're even a shadow of the person I knew you to be, you already have a plan. You already know what you're gonna do, where you're gonna go, when you're gonna strike. And I wish you luck.
Thank you, but I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check for Erebus.
Okay. $24.
Reyes was kind of kneeled down, kind of talking to him, kind of crouched over. Within arm's reach of the cage, hidden in the grass, is a small set of lockpicks.
He will pick those up.
Reyes kind of walks away, turns his back to it, and kind of just goes, kind of looks out over a couple of the tents towards the campfire and just listens.
You don't hear anything other than the sound of the jungle.
Reyes watches as several people begin kind of heading out, closing up, turning in. Fire begins to get pulled out, and logs begin moving away, and embers begin the process of cooling down. Just keeps watching from behind, just looking over all of the scouts, ready for conflict in the next few days. It's just kind of feeling the latent sense of almost eagerness. Just letting it kind of wash over everything as smoke begins drifting up towards the heavens. Starlight just kind of peeking through the canopies of trees. He's just waiting for anything to happen.
Faya.
Hmm?
the show is over, what's Duck going to do?
Once Reyes is out of, like, hearing distance, Duck's gonna, like, quietly tap on one of the bars for the cage and just go, "Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy." Still invisible.
Turns towards the voice.
As fun as that show with whatever you have going on there with Buddy Boy was, I am gonna need to ask you to hand over those lockpicks.
Did Duck see that?
Duck was there
Duck?
the whole time.
Duck was there the
He
whole
was there,
time invisible.
But would he have? Well, no, I know he would have been there, but would he have seen that?
Duck was under specific
Let
orders to
me
go
roll
watch.
a sleight of hand in post for Erebus.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Natural 20?
Oh, okay, never mind. Duck is just gonna tap on him and go, "Hey, buddy. Hey." So that was a fun show with whatever you two have going on.
It's complicated.
No, I can guess. As chill as it seems with the idea of you escaping, I'd prefer if you didn't have to do that, because I would have to scream if I saw you escape. And, like, again, whatever you two have going on, good on you guys. Try not to escape. I'd rather not scream. You'd probably rather not get caught. Again, while trying, or, this time for escaping, but, like, I assume you got caught beforehand not escaping. And as chill as Buddy Boy over there seems to be about having you just run away and vanish, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to keep you here, so I'm gonna have to ask that you don't escape at all, please.
Even if I got out of the cell, again, where would I go?
Oh, see, that's also precisely my question, when he was talking about you escaping. Because I won't lie to you, you are on a floating island, surrounded by water, and I'm pretty sure most of the ships have at least a skeleton crew on board who would probably notice you if you tried to steal one. I suppose you could just, like, hop off the edge of the island, but, depending on how you land, you might not be alive. So I wouldn't personally risk it. Honestly, best bet is probably just staying in your cage.
How loudly is Goose speaking?
It's a whisper. It's a bit on the louder side for a whisper, but it still whispers.
Okay. I was just wondering, because Russ hadn't really left. He was more just kind of like a couple yards away. Just kind of like leaving everything.
Erebus might be talking a bit more loudly.
I'm so glad Duck is invisible.
Casual volume.
Duck's just invisible, so... Duck vibes.
Reyes doesn't really... He, as far as Duck would see, he doesn't really seem to have much care towards anything going on. So, there's no real reaction. Just processing.
He wants me to break out and go find family, but by now they've definitely have been told I'm dead. And in any case, they'd be expecting a human to come home. I genuinely don't know where I'd go if I got out, somehow managed to get out of here and
I mean,
get back to the mainland.
I won't lie, if you did somehow manage to get out of here, as a living ghost, you could probably pull off a whole new identity. Or go to the savannah, or join our side, but, get the feeling that one's probably not on the table for you.
Hmm?
But no, like, as it stands right now, you are our prisoner, and, if you could try to keep your, escape attempts to a nice round 0,
I
that'd be great.
don't think I identify with either side anymore, quite frankly.
Well, there's always the savannah for you, then. Again, though, if you could wait till, like, after the war, possibly not die before the end of the world war, you could probably go to the savannah, but I won't lie to you. I really don't know, because I have no clue what their plans are for you apart from keep you prisoner in this cage.
Well, I don't either, so I guess we'll both just wait and see.
Most likely, yeah. But, oh, by the way, I was the one who poked you. I did come over here originally for a conversation, but, you did sort of do that whole melodrama thing, and as lovely as that was to watch, I did wish I had a snack while watching that, but otherwise, whatever conversation idea I did have, is now out the window with the whole, please don't try to escape conversation we're having now.
That's fair.
But, again, please don't try and escape. I will scream if I catch you trying to escape, and that really wouldn't be fun for any of us. So if you just could not escape, that would be great. Again, no clue where you'd go after you escaped if you did somehow manage to escape, but like if you could keep the attempts to a nice 0, that would just make it easier for everyone.
I don't think we'll be having any issue.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
That is a 14 plus 4. Sorry, plus 3. 17.
I'm going to message you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
What do we do?
I mean, if you're saying we have no problems, I'm gonna take that to mean you don't want to escape, or at least don't plan to. In which case, great for me. I kind of forgot any reason to talk to you before this because of the whole don't escape spiel. So, like, unless you want to talk about anything, I'm gonna head off again.
What
Also,
I want right now is a blanket, so I have something to cover myself while I sleep. So if you could just arrange that, that'd be great.
I can't promise anything. I am, in fact, just a lowly closet, but I could ask.
In what direction is Eurebus kind of talking? Is he talking like directly to it, like they're looking in each other's general direction?
He is looking in the voice's general direction.
Okay.
I can ask for you.
Go ahead.
I'd like Duck to scamper off.
As Duck is scampering off, Reyes is going to throw a dart at him.
Roll and attack.
Invisible gives disadvantage, but I can give myself advantage to make it a straight roll by not moving. Okay, that is a... That's a 21 to hit.
I feel like that would hit a closet with an AC of 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is surprise.
The sneak attack.
Oh, no, more than that. No sneak attack because I didn't have advantage. But it is assassinate, so...
Ah.
That's 6 plus... That's 10 points of piercing damage.
Is Duck poof?
How much is it? 10
10?
points?
Yep.
Yeah, Duck poofs because he only has 7.
Okay.
Duck's gone. Again.
Sorry.
Fine, Faya also has this information since she was seeing and talking through Duck.
But Duck turned his back and ran off.
Yeah, but she does have the information that Reyes was trying to talk to Eurebus out into escaping.
Yes, that is completely true. It's an unfortunate side effect.
I'm assuming, like, being forced back to her body now that she's not looking through her familiar because her familiar no longer exists. Just gonna turn to the robot lead and go, give me a second. I think I need to go talk to Hivid. And then Faya's gonna proceed to go up the labs and try and find Hivid.
Oh no. Oh gosh.
How many lockpicks are there, Reyes?
Enough.
I feel bad for doing this, but Faya is, like,
Loyal.
a spy. Faya is a spy fresh out of, like, home.
Mm-hmm.
She hasn't had time to develop thoughts against her nation.
Where are you right now, Faya?
I think I was still down in the robot labs unless the magic people also came up for dinner.
They would have, but then would have gone back down.
Then Faya's probably in the labs with the magic people, so she's probably running up from the labs.
Move, speed, plus dash. Because I assume you would dash.
Yeah. So my speed is 30 feet, so I'm moving about 60 feet per round while dashing.
Okay, move yourself.
Give me a sec. I need to measure out that 5, 10. So 60 foot would be about here for round 1. And then 60 foot would be about here for round 2. Round 3.
He gets it open.
Okay.
I think it'd be around round 5 when she even pops up from underground, so yeah.
The door
I don't know
creaks
where
open.
I don't know where in the timeline Faya would be by the time he gets that door open.
Uh, second round gets it open.
Okay.
Third, he's going to, and I actually, as part of second, he's going to run here.
Hang on, I need to see the map right now. Where does he go?
Third round.
Hang on, second round, where is he?
Second round, he's right here.
Okay. He's right there. I shoot him in the back of the head. This time with advantage.
Oh, this poor guy.
Go ahead.
That is a 19 to hit.
That's going to hit.
Flip the stone as well. Sorry, I forgot to say. Okay. So. Hang on. That's 36 points of piercing and 7 points of fire.
Could you repeat that?
36 of piercing, 7 of fire. And this is with full intent to just take his head clean off.
Look, he has more health than that. But you shoot someone in the back of the head. That's going to go down.
Mm-hmm.
Which is exactly what he does.
I mean, if Rhea sees him still moving, he would fire again.
I guess for the sake of things, roll an attack and presumably roll damage.
That's a crit, so I wouldn't even have to assassinate, which I actually wouldn't even be able to because second round, so... 18. 48 piercing, 6 fire.
He's down.
Okay. Rayos is going to head over towards the hatch. This is round 3.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay, so no movement round 2. That's 30 feet. So round 3 he'd get there. No, he wouldn't do that. He would just go to the hatch round 3 and climb and begin to climb down.
Okay.
I think Faya would have been around here then for round 3.
Oh no, actually, scratch that. He would have to go over to Eurebus's body round 3, because he would have pulled the lockpicks off of him. Carefully. That would be 30 feet of movement plus his action to sleight of hand off that. So he would have to.
Okay.
And he would disguise this as kind of going into check for a pulse and just immediately look over everything. Sleight of hand, that is a 22. I have proficiency. It's +7. I rolled a 15.
You find the lockpicks.
Okay. I pull them off the body, just move them up the arm of my coat, and will eventually just kind of get them back into my back pocket. Naturally. Look over to everyone who's presumably just heard a couple loud gunshots.
Yeah, one of the first people out is Nemes.
I just look over, just shake my head. Almost like it's standard routine. Prisoner got out. We can't have them risking anything. And then... Where's... Then... Of the people who have come out, is Hivid one of them?
Yes.
Okay. He's gonna make... Hang on. Okay, so Rayos... Trying to judge based on what he knows and what he's thinking of.
Insight check?
Sure. By who?
Rayos for Hivid.
Rayos for Hivid. As in that you want me to make it against Hivid, or Hivid is making a check against me?
Make an insight check to see what Hivid knows, or is thinking.
Okay, 17 plus 3, 20.
I'm going to open up his stat block. Hivid seems to be buying it. That Eurebus made a run for it, and Yeah, he doesn't suspect.
Round 4, Rayos will then head towards the hatch. This is going to be just 30 feet of movement because he's kind of moving slowly and watching. He has a look of anger and frustration on his face, especially just kind of towards Hivid. Not necessarily at him, but just like at the whole situation. And then he is going to open up the hatch and kind of head down.
He'll presumably meet Faya in this room.
How would Rayos say something like that? How would...
Does Faya see Rayos? I'm assuming Faya sees Rayos as she's sprinting forward.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh god, how long was this recording pause for?
I've got a backup, don't worry.
You've got a backup?
Yep.
Oh, thank god. I might need that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're good, you're good.
I'm glad you have backups.
I'm paranoid in that sort of way.
Faya's just gonna shout to Rayos as she's running by. Hey, I think something just took out Duck. I had him watching the prisoners and now he's not there.
Yeah, he tried escaping.
Who?
Yeah, I know, but let's... It's okay. Let's take a minute. I took care of it.
So one of the prisoners did try to escape.
Yes.
Do you have any idea on what took out Duck, though? Because, like, as far as I knew, prisoners didn't have a way to fight.
He was one of my old leaders when I was in Ventheim. He's crafty. He finds all sorts of things and holds on to them. It's frankly annoying.
But he's, like, taken care of now in the sense of, like...
2 shots back of the head.
Oh, okay. I meant more like capturing him and putting him back in the cage, but that works too. I'm sorry about your former leader?
It's... You were listening. It's what he wanted. I was talking metaphorically. Kind of when this is all over, he's not a bad person. He's useless to us here. Should find some time to get away from it all. I was going to argue that maybe to Hivid that we look scorched earth, burning other parts of the land. Give him something to get back to, because he was always going to get out. He just shouldn't have got out now.
Not sure what you mean by, I was listening there, but okay.
Okay, that's fair. Your Quasit was definitely listening.
Duck would tend to do that. I did tell him to keep an eye on prisoners, and like, gets bored easily. I wouldn't be surprised if he was eavesdropping.
What? Is there a way to tell? I mean, I've never...
With my familiar?
Yeah. Like, when is it you and when is it not you? I'm legitimately curious. I've never...
So, I mean, I guess one way to tell would be like looking at me, because like if I'm putting all of my senses in my familiar, whatever form I happen to summon it in, usually it's Duck the Closet. Uh, I'm personally not really moving, because like my whole consciousness is sort of being focused into a different thing. Uh, Otherwise, if I guess if Duck is acting more smart than usual, uh, probably would do that. But also sometimes Duck surprises me in doing smart things when I ask him to do stuff that I don't expect him to do, but actually turns out better than any idea I ever had. So.
So what I just said was a whole lot of nonsense to you.
Oh, Faya's lying out of her ass. She was eavesdropping.
Oh,
She was eavesdropping.
I know that, but Rayos doesn't.
I mean, from what from what I gathered, basically the prisoner that was trying to escape was the one we got before the war even started, and we were saying we were ahead of the curve for having him. And I guess he was like your former boss when you were still undercover, and now he's, well, he was a prisoner, now he's not. But the rest of it was sort of confusing. Did you talk to him or something?
Yeah, it's just been. We were talking about like what's there after the fight, after the battles.
Oh, well.
He talked about home, I talked about home. We talked about the numerous lies we told each other. Laughed a bit of it off. I said when it's all said and done, I knew who he was, knew how he got through everything, he should find a way back. Just sit it out, take some time off, never look back. And he, in his normal Erebus ways, had something else planned. He took it as immediately and surprised even me. Honestly, I didn't think he'd have anything on his person that would allow him to, and damn it, I did what I had to do.
Well,
and
as someone who's never been deployed, not sure what to speak for like forming bonds on the people we're spying on, but I am sorry for your loss.
Well, I appreciate it, but no, this one was a bit before we were. See, I've done this before with this guy, and I was the one who was human. Now he's not. Now he's a little bit less so. And
okay.
It's just funny it comes full circle, right?
This is like the second time you've shot him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for your loss times 2 then? I'm sorry. I don't know how to handle this.
Wanted to talk with you because Duck and
I was getting some warning pings that well, Duck said you were talking to him, but then I just was like doing whatever. But then it was like Duck's like, hey, you should know he might try and escape, so I thought I'd tell Hivid.
That's pretty fair, because he did. I think Duck had a better read on the situation than I did.
At the very least, Duck, he might try and escape, so I thought, well, I have Duck tell Hivid, but then Duck stopped existing, because whatever happened to Duck happened. So then I was running up the stairs to talk to Hivid. And then I get, it's a bit of a trek from down here to up there, because I didn't even get upstairs, and I'm late.
Thankfully, Hivid was there. I mean, gunshots are hard to conceal, especially in populated areas.
No, that's fair. I'm not sure I really heard anything down here, but this is underground, so that actually makes a lot of sense now that I say it out loud.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to just check in because
Do
I
you want
wanted
to
to
come
keep
look
you.
at?
Yeah.
Want
Sorry,
to come look at the robots?
I'm probably gonna need to file some paperwork and talk things out just because they're gonna have questions. Because now I'm annoyingly the last person he talked to. So, yeah.
Well, good luck with your paperwork. That always sucks.
It's literally the worst part of this. Usually, spies, you're not supposed to leave a paper trail, but like there's a lot.
I mean, in this case, we're not really functioning as spies right now. More so
No.
like scouts, so like.
Yeah. Everything going good down here?
I mean, we're not really sure how the robots work, but we're getting there.
That's cool.
If we could get like the engineer one of the the one we brought back
Yeah, that
to
one.
like help us, that'd be great, but I get the feeling that's probably not going to happen, and even if they did, I wouldn't trust it cuz like they could build in like a bomb or something to it, which would be bad.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
So like as nice as the help would be, probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
How's the dragon practice going?
Oh, everything went great. Nemesis came by and helped out. I was kind of taking on Frigga's position and just kind of. So it seems like we have either two sentries or alternates. Should be good.
Cool.
Oh, I
Also,
just wanted to come down
very
and.
cool flying.
Yeah,
Very cool flying today.
yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to let you know just because I knew Duck was there and I knew you're going to get a bonk on the head for whatever
Oh
comes
shit,
next.
he is going to bonk me on the head. He always bonks me on the head when he dies. Should I just like resummon him as a different thing?
You
No,
can
that
do
probably
that?
wouldn't help. I mean, I don't usually, but technically I think the spell would allow me to.
Huh.
I think the specifics of the spell are more like you summon a familiar, spirit sort of takes whatever form. Usually you kind of just stick to the one form, but like I
Just
could.
I always thought it was just Duck. That's
And my thing is like, it's Duck. Why would I bring Duck back in a different shape? Duck is a quasit.
yeah, always
So it's like,
useful.
I could summon him as something else. I probably won't. It's fun with Duck as Duck.
I get that.
Well, if that's sorted, I'm gonna go back to the helping with the robots. And at some point, I'll probably send Duck back up.
Okay. I probably won't see him on account of him being invisible.
Always invisible. Ew. I told him to be invisible while spying on the prisoners because, like, maybe they'll talk out loud for some reason. Kinda doubt it, but you never know, so it's like, well, Duck might want to be there just in case. Didn't really think anything would happen with that, though.
I kind of figured you'd be right there too.
But, like, doesn't hurt.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna swing back topside.
Yep. Good luck topside.
Good luck bottom side.
He is gonna go back to the labs.
I mean, you can go
You'll-
up if you want to. It's late. Or we
They,
were about to wrap up in here.
Okay.
These
Oh,
guys
okay.
need to sleep.
You don't need any other help down here before wrapping up?
I'm good.
Okay. Faya's going back up topside as well then.
Okay.
Rouse is going to head over towards where Hivid and Erebus are. 'Cause
At this point, some of the NPCs have gone back inside.
Faya's gonna get up topside and start casting Find Familiar to summon Duck the Closet back. Because I want my closet back.
sorry about that. From
feel
as
like-
a player.
Oh no, as a player that was so much fun because it felt like both of them were lying their asses off to each other.
Yup.
Like Faya's being mostly truthful, but not fully. And I get the feeling it's the same for Rayos.
Exactly.
Oh my god, I love the fact that we're both spies for just lying our asses off to each other.
Like, Rayos is fully on Tevangard's side, but as soon as Erebus showed up here, it was like, this is all wrong. And, like, he's not a good person at the end of the day. Like, at the end of the day, Rayos is not a good person.
I feel like Faya is a decent person, just probably not got a lot of experience in life enough to be good or bad.
Rayos goes up and kind of just crouches over the body, as I'm sure Hivid is doing and working on stuff.
Hivid is casting Gentle Repose and trying to clean things up as best he can.
Is this one going to be of any use to us going on? Or is there anything? Damn it. Why did
I
he
don't
have
think
to...
I don't think I'm the one you should be talking to about that.
Hmm?
I'm not the revival one here. I'm just trying to perform my duties as a grave cleric.
We already brought him back once.
It's not easy doing it another time. Repeated revivals can be tricky.
Mm-hmm. Did we just lose like a major linchpin of the plan? Was he gonna get us into the gates or something? Because, damn it, what? Can we... Is there...
You would have to speak with Grezok regarding what exactly he intended for him. As far as I was aware, having him here was just so he could answer questions about things more immediately.
What good has that been? Because he hasn't recognized a single thing here.
I don't know.
Why couldn't he just... Let's see how this goes then, I guess.
how what goes.
Alright, if we're bringing him back again... It's gotta be something.
Again, I'm not the person to talk to about that.
Yeah, you're right. I just... He's gone down twice. It's been my fault twice. What kind of a world is this? Oh. I guess let's try and get rest when we can. You need help moving it? Moving him.
No, I'll be fine. Look, I'm saying this not as a grave cleric, but just as a person. Hasn't he been through enough?
It's funny. I don't think you're wrong, but at the same time... I mean, we'd talked. He always wanted to go down fighting. And it seems... every time he's gone down, I've stolen that from him. What's the chances if he comes back a third time, it's just going to be the same thing? I think you're right.
Let him rest.
Yeah. I also kind of just frustratingly look and kind of head over towards where he's been holding up for the time and just kind of wait outside and just watch Hivid and Erebus from a distance.
Hivid's gonna carry him inside.
Okay.
Faya, you do anything?
Okay, I think I'm back. Can y'all hear me alright?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah.
Cool. Faya is resummoning Duck, is what I had her doing.
Okay. Duck's back. You do not get bonked on the head. He is just fuming. He's so angry, he's forgetting tradition.
Pick up the grumpy child and take him to bed.
You do so. Everything okay?
Hmm?
Nevis and Frigga, are there? Everything okay?
Oh. Just... Yeah, I'll be fine. Just thinking about things. Got a lot to do. 4 more days. What, no, 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5. It's really 4.
It's really 4.
Let's hope we don't have to get it all done and do it again tomorrow. I don't know if that just made sense. Let's get some rest.
You're tired. Go to sleep. Try to go to sleep.
I'll be
That
fine.
is. Come on. Tomorrow's a new day.
Yep. I also had to rest and he gets a good night's sleep. Some restlessness.
Which building would you like to be in? This is my way of saying you want to be with the body.
He'd probably be in that building, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Wow. I think that's where we're gonna call it.
That's fair.
That's completely fair. Oh my god. Shot in the head, shot in the back of the head while running from the guy who told him to run.
Yeah. Rios is not a good person.
No.
Like, it's one thing if you just want to give him that execution, but it's another thing to shoot him in his back after telling him to run.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wish my face cam was on during that.
Like, Jesus Christ, Reyes. Just execute the guy. Don't give him false hope, then shoot him in the back.
He trusted you. Again.
Which might have been the mistake here. The mistake here was trusting him again.
This is literally the exact same thing that happened before. Oh man.
Oh,
I hope I didn't ruin a couple things. Whatever, what's coming forward.
Jesus Christ. Oh. Side note, if Faya got up there in time to, like, warn Hibbit or something, she probably just would have said, duck spotted one of the prisoners, looking for means to escape, and maybe keep an eye on them without mentioning Reyes' name.
Reyes couldn't be too sure. In the meta, I was keeping watch on positionings for a good bit of time, just to track like how many rounds, if this works, if this doesn't.
Oh, poor duck as well. Was just doing a little spying job.
Mm-hmm.
Got shot for
Duck
it.
did nothing wrong.
Duck did nothing wrong. Yes.
Duck genuinely did nothing wrong. The most he did was deliver Faya's message of, please don't try and escape.
What reason did he have to trust a closet?
I mean, there was no reason to trust a closet, but the closet saying, hey, please don't escape, it makes my life easier, was a genuine and honest comment. Can we feed this guy to Bishi?
You should make that appeal to Hivid. He seems like he'd be willing to.
We could give him a burial
Does
at sea.
Bishi want another corpse in his reef?
I mean, Bishi doesn't have to pick up a corpse in his reef. It's just in the ocean, there to be grabbed by anyone. Oh god, I just imagine Bishi having all of the other corpses set up around a table like they're having a tea party.
Oh god.
That's
That's morbid. He doesn't do that.
No, hear me out. This is Bishi's holiday celebrations. He's got his coral tree up, all decorated. They can sing, "Oh, coral tree."
Look, the corpses that end up in his reef. He does not choose if the corpses end up in his reef or not. They just sometimes drift there.
I mean, he could always throw them out, right?
Not always. Maybe he wanted to keep these for some reason. Corpses make fantastic bargaining chips.
He wanted to keep the corpses to set them up for his holiday dinner.
Fun fact, he has resound.
Wait, really?
I didn't think they'd let Resound's body, like, out of their sight.
Resound's body was thrown into the ocean.
Oh, that's amazing. Hey, you know what? Erebus and Resound can reunite.
Oh my gosh.
No.
The ultimate
There's several reasons why no.
It's the ultimate hell for Erebus.
For one, the Eternal Reef is not an afterlife for anyone that doesn't worship Bishi. Number two, Resound does not have a soul to enjoy an afterlife with.
Can I just say, I did love the fact that we did finally have Faya and Reyes just lying their asses off to each other.
That was great.
So, like, out of character. Did Reyes know Faya was spying through Duck?
He would have suspected it, having heard Duck kind of go through the please don't, the please don't escape talk. Like, he would have suspected it.
Talk Duck would have.
Right. But
Duck
he
was
wasn't
himself.
sure. He was not 100% sure, and that's why he immediately wanted to kind of intercept you before words got out further, just to kind of clarify what all was going on to the best of his ability.
There is no guarantee that words won't get out further.
That's
Do I
completely
need
fair.
to tell you that you're gonna have to have a talk with Grezok, and that's probably gonna be the main thing next session on this side?
That's probably fair.
That, and frankly, a funeral for Eurybus.
Well, on one hand, that just... I have plans now.
What is your plan?
Well, I have vague concepts right now.
DM me.
I will.
Because your plans will always concern me now.
Andrew, your last plan turned a one-shot into a very long campaign.
That first plan was just like, I was like, hey, this is a cool backstory idea for a character. This is what he would do in this situation. And then it exploded, literally. This time I was like, I kind of want to just dig into Eurybus, see what makes him tick. Because Reyes doesn't like him, but at the same time, like, he does respect him. And then, like, this whole plan just kind of started formulating in the back of my mind. I'm like, one, this is what Reyes would do. He wanted to... Because, like, he really hasn't been right since he saw Eurybus come back. And he doesn't like the guy, and he... Well, like, he does, but he also doesn't. And so it was just like... I think there is a cut of the animatic where Reyes is just standing there kind of processing everything, waiting for Eurybus to run, and he just doesn't. And it just cuts on, like, Reyes' face, like, on one hand he wants him to run because he's ready for his story with Eurybus to be over. But on the other hand, he also just hopes that he doesn't. Because there is still that respect, that kind of twisted respect that he does still like the guy, and he does still... He respects him in that sort of way as a leader. And so, yeah. It was a twist, it was a torn thing, but, like, he knew that something had to be done. And he was willing for it to be him who did it. And also there's a part of me that's like, Reyes has gotten very likable recently. He's not.
God forbid Reyes be likable.
It's okay if he's likable.
I know.
No, it's not. We must make him commit war crime.
Yeah, because this would be at least one.
How many war crimes have been committed on this day?
I would like to point out that Faye has not committed a war crime today, I don't think.
Well, to be fair, as far as anyone else is considered, is able to claim, based on what they saw, based on what they heard, well, not necessarily heard, but based on what they saw and what information is present, he got out on his own accord, and Reyes acted quickly. He did his job. And has done and at least as far as Reyes is concerned, he did a decent job of covering up his own misgivings. And the fact that he did kind of try and egg on Eurybus's decision, but he did leave it completely up to him. And honestly, like, it was in the moments where Goose Duck was talking with him that I was like, is he actually going to do it? Or is Duck actually going to get him to just stay there?
would have loved if he just stayed. Sit
Like-
and stay.
It was a hard decision.
Like, I legitimately
was
did not know what he
Wednesday.
was gonna do.
It was not an easy decision to make. Like,
Because
he ran past you at some point.
yeah,
I'd like to think he looked at you with like a... Are you sure? Are you actually letting me do this?
Reyes
Absolutely
wouldn't
sure
have
about
looked
shit.
back. Like, he wouldn't have looked at him. He would have turned the other way. The last time he saw his face was when he stood... the last time Reyes looked at Eurebus's face was when they were talking. After that, it was just him running past him in the back of his head. He would not have looked at him. He would not have met his gaze. Because, I mean, it's just that he does feel guilty about it. He does feel bad, but, like, he also doesn't.
We killed the DMPC today.
I have a bad habit of doing that. Or almost doing that, even.
We considered not killing the NPCs.
Have we considered not killing the DMPC? There's honestly plural at this point, but Eurebus was the original.
Honestly, only when they... No, I don't have a... You know, I don't have an answer.
That's fair.
It's like... I have a very bad history with DMPCs.
Dude, oh.
The character who I basically revived to make Reyes, originally a Gith Warlock, Jadok, the Inexorable,
Yeah.
for that game. I basically took a lot of the ideas from them to make Reyes.
Okay.
Episode 3 of that campaign, Jadok has the whole crystal thing with Zane's character Melody, and then fast forward to the Tyranny of Dragons game, where
Oh yeah.
Melody was coming out of the woodwork out at the people who
Yeah.
were kidnapping people, and Maul had that reaction trigger on initiative count 20, and then basically was going to guiding bolt someone like stupidly hard, and then ended up critting. It was either going to be the boss character there or Melody, because he did not trust her from previous
I
encounters.
remember that.
Yeah, and then now I've killed Eurebus twice. I don't get to play a lot. But yeah, no, like, it was a coin toss in that Melody moment, whether or not, who got the seal, and then the subsequent 144 points of radiant damage at 5th level. That would have leveled literally anybody. And I didn't even know it was going to crit. Like, even
Killed
if
Melody.
I could have, it was a coin toss in that moment, and on one hand I feel bad, but on the other hand I don't, because it would have been either way. It would have been completely in character. And I don't. I do my best to not employ DMPCs in my games. Just because I don't like. I just. It's not a concept that really works with me. So it's. Yeah, I don't go as a player much, but the times I've worked with DMPCs is now 2 for 3 on things not going well. It's not. I want to also say it's not a fault of the DM.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, it's just like, what would Rayos do with a mentor that he has looked up to in the past in order to accomplish X, Y, and Z, and just like it just started, it just rolled and it worked. Well, worked. Was Eurybus telling the truth about all of those things they was saying to Rayos?
Yeah.
Same with Rayos. I've been considering for the longest time, like, writing up like a bit of a backstory and shooting and recording it. Like, just
Look, I would love that.
But now I don't have to, because I just basically said it all.
I mean, we could have more, though. We could go into detail. It would be beautiful.
I might now. Now that I've gotten the basics off.
Like, I remember you saying something like that shortly after the law fight.
Because, yeah, I've had this in my back pocket for a while. With the whole Threads of Fate and Spiders thing, and, like, it's just like, it was never going to come up in anything other than dramatic discussion.
We love that.
Yes, I mean, as far as I never expected it to, but I should have said something as well, because, like, I don't know, man. It's just...
It's fine that you didn't say anything to me as the GM, because it does make... Something like that does make for more dramatic reveals. I like when players aren't able to surprise the DM, let's just say.
Mm-hmm. It's... Well, here, now you have in the back of your toolkit that, technically speaking, Rayos does have siblings. They have no connection, really. And an absent dad.
I do have that in the toolkit.
And, yeah, there was also, like, a part of that he was kind of with Eurybus on, just because, like, you're an older kind of role model. I can learn from you, and Rayos has just kind of been imprinting on all of the other honestly, father figures in the spy network his entire time there. Just, yeah. No. On one hand, it sounds like I'm trying to pat myself on the back, but, like, I've been playing the long game.
You have.
Not trying to do that, but, like...
I mean, it's fine if you do.
Yeah. I honestly wonder what Star and Tanner are going to say when they hear or find out about what happened here.
I'm not telling them.
That's completely fair.
If they want to know, they can watch the recording, which I might need.
That's, yeah.
Which I will need. Because I need every little moment of that up. Because it's so good.
I love the quiet moments in movies where it's just two people talking and, like, they're actually just being real people. And then also just immediately after that we had Reyes and Faya just be completely lying straight to each other. Just, so good drama.
It was so obvious that they were both lying out of their ass.
It's just...
Like, Reyes, you have a dart you need to pick up. Would you like to do that?
No, he would specifically not. Plausible deniability that Eurybus had found that and picked it up and used it.
Okay.
If Reyes went and picked up that dart, it would make him look suspicious. And they, as far as Reyes knows, and this is kind of more the player talking, they don't have fingerprinting or anything.
No.
So, as far as he knows, and or as far as he has to prove, Eurybus is undeniably and observably a crafty person who can figure out how to collect and pick up all sorts of things. He's a fighter. He is skilled enough to know how to target an invisible creature and be able to hit targets with disadvantage. And he's resourceful enough to figure out how to get out. There's nothing that Reyes can think of that would tie it back to him other than the fact that they were talking and he was like, you should just get out. And even then, like he was talking with Faya, it could be taken as hyperbole. Just like two kindred souls on opposite sides of the war. And that's honestly what he would definitely try and lead into in any sort of interrogation. Like, yeah, no, of course I do. I respect that guy, but my heart's with our side. Because we are right. And that's who Reyes is. He's a backstabber. But he is fully on Tevengard's side. He is not gonna... He cannot be the... He is not the spy twice. Because that would just make no sense. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry if I spoiled any other plans.
I didn't currently have anything further with Eurybus.
Oh.
I didn't have anything further in general. I was going to let this session be, let's roleplay it out and plant some roots.
Okay.
And see how things go.
Oh, we roleplayed it out.
We roleplayed something.
Yeah.
Run, buddy, run! Shoot.
Shall I share what I have with Eurybus since...
I'm not gonna say no.
Okay. I had stuff down for Grezok, Silthas, Renegade, and Nimbus. Nimbus's roleplay notes happened, it was the death talk.
Yep.
Grezok and Silthas' things are mostly just things they know of. But Erebus... Let me just read these out, because if I put them in the chat, that might erase suspicions for the other two.
That's completely fair.
Erebus is not happy to see Reyes again.
Tracks.
If it comes up...
Sorry.
If it comes up in conversation, Erebus will threaten to kill him.
Ooh.
He knows Nemes, and had been on a few missions with him. Never expected Nemes was a spy. Felt sorry for him, since Nemes told him a few details about his death, but now suspects none of it was true, that it was all a ruse to gain his pity and trust and lower his guard. He's half right and half wrong. It was a means of getting pity, but most of the details were true. Other than Faya being Tevin Guardian, Erebus has no reason to be mad or antagonistic towards Faya. If she treats him well, he will treat her relatively nicely in return. Erebus had no idea New Aviary was being used as, essentially, a war research and development facility. He thought it was a nature reserve and nothing more. He had been unintentionally aiding the creation of the Metallic Warriors and Brass Blaze for most of his career as a gear. If shown Brass Blaze, Erebus will realize what the gears have been up to, what New Aviary is really for, and what his role has been in it all. This could very well start his path against the gears.
Oh.
This won't change his attitude towards Reyes. But
This will not change his attitude towards Reyes.
But he will be less persistent towards giving information to other Tevin Guardians.
Huh. That's awesome. That's actually really cool to hear. It's like I figured I got the aghast part, but I never thought that he would be the kind of person who would be willing to switch sides in the long run.
He is.
Huh.
That's why he's the main antagonist of the script.
Okay.
Because the script version of him has something happen to him that makes him not change sides, but essentially become neutral. And against the gears.
Okay. And it doesn't have anything to do with the Brass Blaze or the...
No.
Okay. I feel like you did send me the script a while ago, and I don't remember. I feel really bad about that right now.
No, it's fine.
But I really want to read it now, and learn more.
I'm in the middle of going back through it on a second draft.
Okay.
There's also an animatic up on my channel where Zane voices him.
I did see that come up, and I've been meaning to watch it. I saw it come up while I was at work, and I couldn't then. And
It's really fucking good.
I bet. Are they all doing good?
Yeah, they're doing great.
Nice.
I've been meaning to send them a message about doing the campaign tie-in one-shot.
Ooh.
And here's the thing. Erebus is still alive and in Tevin Guardian jail for that, so they could still talk to him.
Yeah, find out some new stuff.
They get to capture a resound soul.
Even in death, Resound is menacing people.
I think that was your idea to have it for the ghost hunt.
It was your right. The idea started here. The amount of chaos a Ghost Resound would cause.
Resound is just nothing but trouble.
And, like, because of terrible ideas that were given to me, it resulted in the perfect one-shot idea.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Resound is a problem child.
Hey, Andrew, do you know what I mean when I say because terrible ideas were given to me?
Yep. Or at least I think so.
Cool.
Wait, hang on. Now you have me second guessing myself. Are you making a reference or?
Now you have me wondering what you're second guessing yourself about.
That's a fair point. Forget I said anything.
I'm gonna send you a text.
Okay.
Just a full-on text.
Okay. Oh. Wow. I mean, I kind of suspected one, but I did not suspect two. Cool. That puts that whole insecurity talk we had a while ago in interesting light. Because Reyes just said to just like, it's all good, man. You're ruler of a dead city. And like, everything's gonna be fine. Just like, everyone dies once, so it's like, you're just leading the way. And oh boy. I have a lot to think about. So I guess, no, I did not know what you meant.
What were you thinking? Because now I'm genuinely curious.
I thought you were saying like just kind of like as a point of expression, like, yeah, no, I love it when when bad ideas are given to me, and it's just fun to kind of indulge into that chaos and have fun with it and come up with something cool. And I was like, wait,
yes.
Maybe it's a reference, and I'm just like completely not thinking it through and overthinking it, and wait, no, that can't be right. And then I have a problem with overthinking. I miss playing doing stuff like this frequently. Like, I love this. Love it.
I have missed this too.
On one hand, I don't want it to end, but on the other hand, I kind of do, because I just want to see how everything just ends up shaking out. Like,
I think we are approaching the end.
It's like,
unless one of you throws a wrench in this machine, we should be chugging towards an ending.
Well, not intentionally, I will. Like I've been specifically not watching the Star and Tanner side, because I just want to watch that all once it's all over with, and so I can learn what all they can do from it and from everything with everything. Because like, I want to be surprised. I can't wait to just.
There's been some interesting developments over there.
I think the only thing I know is that Lolth is dead. That's it.
Yes. And that's great.
Actually, I also know that you were working on making custom hag stat blocks, but those are the only two things.
Custom hag stat blocks are mostly done.
Oh.
There's a part of me that kind of hopes I don't need to make one more. But we shall see.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, no, I just got the other ones. Ooh.
You are now one of a select few people that know this.
Well, I will not spread it further.
The only other person that knows this is not even in this game.
Okay. I know it's a bit of a ways away, but since I'm working on the Underkeeper game, I wanted to come to you and be like, do you want to do the hag stat block since you've been doing all of them for
I would
here?
love to do the hag stat blocks. Just show me the format and I can get it done.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not there yet. That's why I've been like holding back and like not. But like you are like number one on my list. Is like I've got to talk to Sarah about doing that because that would be awesome.
No, I would love to do any stat block really.
Well,
But if you specifically want hags, that's fine by me.
well, no, I was in general, but like I was like. I know you've done a lot on hags and made a lot of custom stuff, and I would think that would be just super cool to have in like the core book.
I can do that. Yeah, that sounds great.
But I'm still several steps back, trying to figure out how monster stats work in general.
It's a ways off. We gotta decide how the character sheets look first.
Yeah, because that is my thing. Like, it's really hard for me to picture a game and not start understanding it through the character sheet. And so that's what I've been doing today because I need to be able to properly visualize how all of these things work together.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I look forward to it when the time comes.
Oh yeah, because I haven't been really putting a lot into that one Discord channel because I haven't really had a ton of new stuff because I've just been hashing out classes for so long and now subclasses. Like, but just I want to also do monsters because that's just gonna be so much fun.
Monsters are fun.
Yep.
Well, I'm not sure what else there is to discuss.
That's fair.
But this was fun.
Oh yeah, this was great. Thank you so much.
This was
You're
brilliant.
welcome.
Then I guess I will see you all next time, and if not, if we don't see each other sooner, I hope happy holidays, Merry Christmas, all of the above.
Happy holidays. Happy New Year.
Yes.
Happy holidays. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
You have a good night, everyone.
Good night. Bye.